Supply will now come to order. Today, we're continuing to meet to consider the estimates for the Department of Lands and Forestry outlined in Resolution E16. When we completed last evening, the MLA for Cumberland South had gotten his hour in. So now we will go to the NDP caucus. I recognize the member for Halifax Needham. You have 1 hour.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start just by going back to the department's response to the Leahy review, and wondering what the progress has been on some of the commitments in the government's response from December 2018. One of the things that was committed to there was that the government would conduct a review of existing Crown and private silviculture programs. And I wonder if the minister can give us an update.
The Honourable Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and welcome to the Honourable Member for Needham to the conversation this afternoon. Thank you for the question. So just with regards to that, there is a jurisdictional scan that is currently underway. The review is underway. This would take in Crown land as well as private land. These would be two separate scans, if you will, as we look at this. So things are in the consultant stage. So we'll have more, as that is completed to talk about once done and analysis is compiled and recommendations come forward.
the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you. And is it safe to assume that there will be a shift in silviculture programs to support, and here's to quote the government response to the Leahy review, to support the adoption of a new paradigm, that being ecological forestry?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think the answer is yes, in short. It does have to support ecological forestry. That is part of the triad, as defined in the Leahy report. So we would expect those guidelines, as this is implemented, to be followed. And again, we'll see where that takes us once done.
Member.
Thank you. Again, going back to the December 2018 response to the Leahy review, at that time, the government committed to, within a year, establishing options for an independent process for environmental reviews for proposed long-term forest management licenses that include the opportunity for public involvement. How has the government made progress on living up to that commitment from December 2018?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member. So currently, we are working with Nova Scotia Environment on the legislative framework. A consultant has been hired in April of last year, 2020, to develop the stewardship and planning guide. As we move forward, there will be an EA, obviously subject to an EA or environmental assessment process. The Minister of Environment, certainly when he is before you in the estimates, should that happen, you'll have an opportunity to obviously ask him questions as well. So direction will come from there, and regulations, consultation, regulations and such will also be part of all of that. So that is underway, well underway.
The Honourable Member.
I know that approximately half of the Minister's Advisory Committee on Forestry wrote to the then Minister of Lands and Forests last November, asking for a moratorium on even-aged harvesting methods on Crown land until the silviculture guide was finalized and implemented, and that is, the same. Approximately the same call that I made as the NDP spokesperson on lands and forestry in November, in late October to the then minister. do you intend to respond to that call for a moratorium on even-aged harvesting methods until that new silviculture guide is being used and there's been significant progress on Leahy implementation?
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and as a follow-up to the member's question, so silviculture consultation, as she would be aware and members would be aware, has just recently come to a close. That information is being reviewed now. Guidelines, recommendations will come from that. We also have the interim report that was done, which we have been following. So it's, I can tell you clearly, forestry practices in this province and how things are done by way of harvest have changed since that time. The amount of work that goes in to a harvest plan is quite substantial. I'll be honest with you, only being in this department now for a month or so, not having a lot of knowledge on what that piece might have looked like before I became minister of this department. There's a lot goes into it. I review these plans. They're brought to me. There's a lot of the science goes into it. Many things are looked at before a plan goes into place. So buffers and kind of trees and the science, the specialists are out there. It's not like, oh, here you go, just sign off here and we're going to cut these trees. It's far from that. It's quite impressive actually how well that is being managed at this point. And I've certainly learned a lot over the last couple of months as we've been sitting in this office. So the other part of this, we're also expecting very shortly Professor Leahy's report, his evaluation, rather, I should say, which we will take into consideration, obviously, as well, as we begin to look at what implementation timeframes and the status of that is on the Leahy report itself.
The member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you. We were anticipating that independent evaluation well, some time ago, and then I thought it was coming imminently last fall. When are you now expecting to release it? Is it in the department?
Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, and to the member. This is obviously Professor Leahy's report. We expect that this update will be provided in April to the department and released by summer, by June, in all likelihood, is what we're thinking at this point. But again, this is Professor Leahy's evaluation to do, and our understanding is it will be done in April.
Member?
And can you explain why it would not be released to the public in April?
Minister?
We're anticipating that it will not be done until that time. So he is working on that. He will provide the department with an update, but his full assessment will come, we anticipate, by June or early summer.
The honorable member.
Okay, thank you. Your mandate letter speaks about the choices of the past. This is a quote, choices that led to persistent degradation of Nova Scotia's forests, which have placed the entire forestry sector on a downward trajectory. And I'm trying to square this with what you spoke about yesterday in estimates, which was good resource stewardship and robust regulations in this province. And so I'd like to establish, do you think that we need a drastic change in forestry practices in Nova Scotia?
The honorable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the honourable member. So, Professor Leahy has obviously put his report out some time ago. I think the government's been clear, our position has been clear that we support that and we will be implementing. We've talked a lot about the implementation of Leahy, and he refers to the triad as has been talked about, which is a shift in how we do business today. We will look forward to his update where he is and as he moves forward. But one of the key pieces I think I did mention yesterday was, along with that, we also have a view for a long-term sustainable forestry operation in Nova Scotia. So there are changes that he has from where we currently are today, written in his report, but it doesn't say that forestry is done in Nova Scotia by any stretch. It talks about different forest practices, improved forest practices, as he designs and lays out his plan, but it doesn't put an end to forestry practices in this province. So I am a supporter of, obviously, good forestry practices, but long-term sustainable forestry practices at the same time. It's a huge part of what we do, and I've said this many times, and I'll say it again this afternoon, that the economy and the environment can coexist together, and it can be done well. And I believe we are on a path that can allow that to happen, and we'll continue to work on that path.
Member.
Thank you. So yesterday in this committee, you mentioned that people have the wrong idea about the Leahy review and clear cutting. Can you expand on that?
Minister.
Yes, thank you. So I think what I was getting at there is, we've talked to some people who may think that there is, within the Leahy report, it ends clear cutting, but it doesn't actually speak to that. It talks about more defined cuts or harvest. The proper word here is harvesting. I think people need to just, it's a big read. The Leahy report is a big read. I've been through it a couple of times. I've had the opportunity to meet with Professor Leahy first week that I was named to this department, to get an understanding of what I was reading. Was it how he had written it? And of course, it was, and trying to understand this thing even in more depth. This is a very big report that talks about the practices of forestry in general. So I just think my thoughts yesterday when I was talking about that are, this doesn't put an end to harvesting in the province of Nova Scotia. It, I think, is about the practice, how it's done, how harvests are done. That will be, high production, conservation zones. There's a number of things in there, that triad and the matrix. So we'll be looking in depth at that as it is implemented. And these are all parts of that, report that when I asked about this, are there pieces of this, as I read this report, do you implement this over, so many portions at a time, or there certain recommendations? And he was clear when I spoke with him, Lisa, that this is something that you put in at one time and you work your way through it. You don't shift a piece here and a piece there. And and go about it. You implement the report and you work your way as it's designed to be implemented. And we will do that. That is what we are looking at. So I think he clearly defines what he means by forestry practices in this province.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Moving on to the high production forestry discussion paper, which is part of that implementation. The ecological matrix, the land, in the proposed breakdown on page 4 of that discussion paper, the ecological matrix includes a number of categories of non-forested, non-vegetated land, wildlife and watercourse buffers, etc., that either don't have forest on them or where harvesting is not permitted. From my reading of the Leahy report, and I think from many others as well, when people pictured the ecological matrix, they pictured conditions conducive to forestry with a lighter touch, but forestry all the same. Can you explain the thinking behind putting these lands, which will not, in fact, permit harvests, in the ecological matrix?
The Honourable Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So thank you for the question. So the ecological matrix, as you've talked about, with no forest or limited forest, a lighter touch that you referred to, I think was your words, member. So right now, when I think about the practices for harvest, and we look at those applications and those harvest plans that come through, using the interim retention guide that exists as an example, these practices are already well in place that he is describing. You look at all of these issues around buffers and water courses and species, all things are taken into consideration. So where there is no forest, it would be pretty hard, in my opinion, and maybe I missed something. I apologize if I missed what you were getting at. But where there are no forest or limited forest, you would have no cut or very limited harvesting going on. So all of those practices would be in place anyway and are in place today. We don't go out and sign off on a harvest without recognizing that these specific areas could exist. I should also mention in these harvest plans, there are spots within, not only for the science piece to get done that I've just described, options for public comment, which we see sometimes or not. A lot of times, sometimes there are no comments. A chance for others to comment or myself to ask questions, which I do. Every single time that one of these are brought before me, I go through these with the person who's putting them in front of me to sign, and I ask questions. I look at every one of them. Maps are shown. I get a fairly good description of what I'm looking at by way of a parcel of land, as an example. The topographic view may show where cuts or harvest may have been done previous or nearby, or maybe not, but it does show things like sometimes roads that already may exist, or trails, waterways. I will often ask questions about each of these as they are placed before me before I sign it off. And the best part of this practice is the gentleman who brings that before me expects exactly what I'm asking him. He knows. He comes very well prepared, and it will explain in detail if there were some issue that may have occurred or may not have occurred, or the reason why we're doing it. He will describe it by questions what a certain map may look like, a color of a map, what's indicated, what's not indicated. So these aren't things that are taken lightly or just signed off just because we want to, cut all the forest down, if you will. That's not at all how this goes. I believe that from what I've learned, as I said a few minutes ago, I've learned a great deal about how harvest practices are done in this province, and the Leahy report and implementation will only further build on the work that we are already doing.
Member?
So just to clarify my question a little bit. So on page 4 of the high production forestry discussion paper, there's basically a breakdown of provincially owned land considered part of the triad into conservation matrix or high production. So this is table 2, and basically the table kind of adds up the hectares that will be placed into the ecological matrix versus the conservation leg of the triad versus potential high production. And one of the categories of land that is placed into the ecological matrix is watercourse buffers, where harvesting is not currently allowed to be harvested. Where trees can't be harvested now, and that adds up to it looks like 2,300 hectares of provincial crown land. And so I guess a follow-up question is, would the watercourse buffers in otherwise high production forestry areas be classified as part of the high production forestry area, or would they be classified as part of the ecological matrix area?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question for clarity back to the member. You referenced a table there, Lisa. Can you just confirm? We just want to look at what you're looking at. I think you said table 2 on page 4. Is that correct?
Yes, of the high production forestry discussion paper.
Okay, I'll come right back to you. I just want to clarify something to make sure that my answer is correct. Thanks, Mr. Chair, and to the members. So just for clarity, regardless of high production or otherwise, all the same policy would be in effect. So those same buffers, if that's what you were looking for in clarity, and I think by the nod of your head, that's exactly what you're asking me. But maybe not. Okay, I'll leave the next one back to you. You can ask your next question, but those same rules apply. Doesn't matter high production or otherwise. You still have buffers around water courses and any other things that would be measured within the harvest plan itself when we were out there doing that. So we would have to follow those rules. That doesn't matter. So I'll go back to you to further ask your question.
Member for Halifax Needham.
Yeah, so just to try to clarify one more time. So my question is, on this table, it says that water course buffers will be 2.3, 2,300 hectares of Crown land. And my question is that 2,300 hectares of Crown land including the water course buffers that, yes, by regulation, you are required to have around water courses in high production forestry areas?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just if I can try to clarify this a bit more for the member. If the land is protected now, it will remain. So it doesn't matter what the number is. Those policies that are in place, buffers and where harvesting is done, all of those policies remain in place. So I'm not sure if that's just a question for clarity or you think that that's not the case. So I know what the table says. We've just been looking at it here, trying to figure out exactly maybe what you're after there, but if it's protected, it will remain so.
Member?
Okay, well, maybe I'll move on. I think there are some concerns that in implementation, so that in implementation, the amount of land assigned to the ecological matrix may be not as significant as it appears, because included in that is things like water courses on high production forestry or sand dunes or cliffs. And I think many people's reading of the Leahy review is that ecological forestry should become the dominant practice across the majority of the forested land on Crown land. And so including things like water courses in high production forestry areas or sand dunes and cliffs doesn't quite jive with the understanding of the intention of the review. But maybe I'll move on to a different question about the high production forestry discussion paper. One of the three considerations given for where high production forestry will be practiced is proximity to mills in order to reduce transportation costs. A question I have is whether communities will have a say at all in terms of assigning of Crown land to high production forestry areas. And I ask this because, of course, the criteria suggests that some communities could have a very high concentration of industrial forestry happening on their surrounding Crown lands, and we know that people value Crown land forests for many different reasons, as is now reflected or will now be reflected in the Crown Lands Act.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to the member's question, public consultation around the criteria about how these sites are chosen has been done. There's been a lot of that done. There are documented times when this has happened. However, when a sustainable forestry plan from someone or business, et cetera, is put forward, that will automatically kick in the environmental assessment process, which will again include an opportunity for public consultation. So there'll be quite a bit of consultation actually before anything would be set up. So that's a public forum through the EA process, which is quite rigorous, as any EA process is, and that's fine. But that is a further step before something would be approved that you would have to go through.
The member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you for that answer. How much will it cost per hectare to establish zones of high production forestry? Will the government be subsidizing the preparation of those sites? For example, mechanical site preparation or competition control with herbicides?
The Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would say this, we've already set the criteria of how this works through the public consultations I talked about a few minutes ago. We are very much in the early stages of this, so there'll be much more information to come with regards to that kind of detail. That's not yet been defined.
Member?
Thank you. So given your answer, I wonder if you can clarify a little bit more. The discussion paper that I've been referring to is phase 1 in the development of high production forestry. Where are we in the timeline for actually firming up and establishing these triad zones? So that somebody could look at a map of Crown lands and understand where the high production forestry areas are versus the ecological matrix lands.
Minister?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So with regards to high production forestry and reference the members making, consultation is just wrapped up on that. We're finalizing the report on the criteria, and we'll have to make some decisions. I would expect in the near future about the balance of that.
The honorable member.
Okay, well, I guess we'll look forward to that. Turning to the third leg of the triad, which are protected areas, during the leadership race, the Premier committed to protecting the remainder of the areas in the Parks and Protected Areas Plan. And I'm just going to quote a response to questions from Nova Scotia Forest Notes. I believe our current mandate of 13% land protection is not sufficient. Therefore, I would be mandating the following actions for the Minister of Environment and the Minister of Lands and Forestry to action in my government. I have already committed in this campaign to fully implementing the remaining list of lands from the 2013 Parks and Protected Areas Plan. That puts us just over 14% in this calendar year. That's the end of the quote. But your mandate letter uses slightly different language. It says that you will work with the Minister of Environment to designate sites in the protected Parks and Protected Areas Plan. Is it your understanding that it's your job to ensure that all the remaining sites are designated or just some?
The honorable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the wilderness and nature piece resources is done obviously by environment, although we certainly work with them because it is on Crown land. As far as this department goes, we're looking at a number of parks. So we're doing an assessment currently that is underway. The Premier has made the statement. It's been clear that within that plan, so we are doing our part in an assessment of land that we have, and those are parks right now. And it's easy to say, well, just go ahead and put them all into protect land, but there is an assessment that has to be done to ensure that there are no other issues that might occur or other things going on around them, more importantly. But we are doing an assessment to see how the number grows. We're working on them. Yeah, that's where we're at.
Member?
Thank you. We asked a question in the House recently, but perhaps it wasn't directed to you. Wondering if the same thing could happen to other areas that are widely understood as protected. For example, there's a park, a park on the coastline in Herring Cove that is as protected now as I understand Owl's Head was. I wonder if you could comment on whether such a site is as vulnerable as Owl's Head apparently was.
Minister?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and to the member. First of all, I would say, as far as Owl's Head goes, I'm unavailable. I cannot make any comments before the courts. I'm sure the member understands that, and others. I won't make any comments in reference to that. As far as assessing other sites, we're doing that. So sites, if there's a specific site the member wants to talk about and ask about, but by all means. But we are assessing a number of sites.
The member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I confirm what time my hour concludes?
4:03. You have 22 minutes left. No, sorry. 14 minutes left.
Oh, okay. In that case, I'm going to ask one last question, and then I'll turn over my time to the member for Cape Breton Richmond. Minister, you were asked to have a meeting with Jacob Fillmore, who was protesting and then hunger striking outside the legislature. And I understand that you missed that meeting. Do you intend to reach out to Mr. Fillmore and those who were intending to accompany him for a meeting with you to discuss his concerns?
The Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, I'm not sure how nobody seems to know, but I can assure you, Mr. Fillmore and I had a conversation outside the legislature on the 29th day of March, I believe it was. That was 2 weeks ago today on a Tuesday at about 11 o'clock in the morning. I believe it was the very afternoon or the very day that he spoke later in the afternoon about how he was ending his hunger strike. It was the 30th, maybe it was. I was looking at the counter, right in and around there. And did not want to have further conversations. We've got something to that effect. I'm paraphrasing now. I remember reading something in the media, but Mr. Fillmore and I did have a conversation. As a matter of fact, he recorded that conversation on his phone because he assured me he would do that. And I told him, feel free. There's nothing I wouldn't say to him as or anyone, but I wouldn't be prepared to share publicly. But I guess he chose not to share that publicly. This was not a political event for me. It was a conversation, as I had assured the media when asked me in previous days. At some point, I will have a chance to chat with Mr. Fillmore. The day that I was in town, and I think my deputy spoke about, there was a meeting that was set up. Just to be clear, there was no defined time nor place for a meeting ever set up, and that's fine. As I had said on multiple occasions, I'm sure that Mr. Fillmore and I would get a chance to say hello to one another, and he could ask me questions, which he did. We had a great chat there. I enjoyed the opportunity, and I wished him well and to stay healthy and to look after himself. Those are very important points, and I would say that if you have further questions about how that went, honorable member, by all means, feel free to ask Mr. Fillmore exactly about that. So thanks.
Member?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll turn over the rest of my time for this hour to the member for Cape Breton Richmond, and I'll look forward to asking some other questions after the PC caucus.
I recognize the honorable member for Cape Breton Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay? Thank you. And thank you to the member for ceding some of her time. Minister, it's a pleasure to be able to ask you a few questions with regard to forestry. Obviously, as you know, we have a wonderful paper mill still in existence in Richmond County and want to be able to keep it that way. So I'm wanting to ask some questions, though, not directly related, obviously, with the pulp mill, but directly related with, on a very smaller scale, questions that have come into my office with regard to the non-issuance of permits to small private and basically private people who are wanting to go on Crown lands to be able to harvest some wood, basically for themselves. As I understand, the issuing of these permits was stopped in 2018. There used to be the possibility for members of the public to go in and harvest on Crown land for their own purposes in the central and eastern zones in Nova Scotia in the past, and that has stopped. Now, I'm all for obviously being able to manage forests in a proper way. I understand from speaking with them that they were given information that it was due to safety reasons. However, we do live in a province where I'm hoping that not everyone has to have their own woodlot to be able to access fuel, and fuel is like costs of everything else are on the rise. So even getting a cord of wood and having it delivered and split and all those things is definitely on the rise. Many people in rural Nova Scotia, as you know, utilize wood as either a primary or secondary source of heat, and certainly many of us, I know I'm one of them, keeps a wood stove as that secondary source of heat in case all else fails. So can the minister please tell me why permits are no longer being issued for private people to go onto Crown lands to be able to harvest just a moderate amount of wood, basically even for their own use?
The Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the honourable member, and welcome to the conversation this afternoon. You talked about a couple of things there. The wood is certainly an important source of heat, whether it be secondary or primary, for folks in this province, and a lot of us have been used to that over the years. So there was a point in time, yes, you are correct, where you could walk into the local office and get a permit to go and harvest a bit of wood for your personal use, and that has indeed stopped and has been rescinded. 2018, that did happen. You are correct on that as well, and that was done based on safety of individuals and liability of folks on Crown land.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for your response. Again, I just wanted to ask the Minister, and I knew that it was likely due to safety and liability. However, unless the regulations haven't or have changed in the last little while, the last time I had checked under the regulations, this section actually still exists to be able to, for a private person to be able to go in, a private Nova Scotian to be able to go in and access small portions again of being able to cut down or even forage for down trees to be able to utilize for their own purposes. So I guess I'm asking the Minister, being that this has been a long-standing tradition and that in rural Nova Scotia, as he well knows, that many homeowners are on fixed incomes and do utilize wood as both primary and secondary heat sources. What is the Minister going to do to be able to, open this up again to the public? If it's a safety and liability issue, is it a matter of getting them access to the insurance that they need, or making certain that they have the courses that they need in order to be able to go in there and take advantage, obviously, and apply for these permits again?
Minister?
Mr. Chair, if I may just say, it's just a little bit disconcerting. There's a lot of dead air, and it's almost 4:01, and I think that's when my time is over.
I realize that the Minister is consulting with staff. So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So with regards to her question, I would say that there are a number of private organizations that do cut wood, and yes, you would have to pay probably more than what you would go to cut it, obviously, if it were down or it was a product you were cutting yourself. But those organizations or individuals, private individuals who do that work, it's a competitive market out there. And that is the access of which we have today. I don't, at this time, I'm just going to be honest with the honourable member, I don't foresee a change to that at this point. But look, into the future, when we have some time, we'll look at anything. And but right now, there's nothing before me that we would be considering changing what we did in 2018.
The member for Cape Breton Richmond with 2 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister, for your answers. I guess my question then will move on to, well, I'll make a comment on that first. I guess my commentary would be that, again, traditionally, Nova Scotians have had access to Crown lands to be able to supplement their heat. We have extremely high electric rates in this province. Not everyone is able to take advantage, obviously, of the energy efficiency incentives that are available right now through the province. And as much as I understand, and I'm full in agreement of wanting to green our energy, that most Nova Scotians, obviously, again, are living on a fixed income. Many of them that call my office are having to make a choice between staying warm and buying food. So when I see that something like this has been sort of cut off, and I'm not familiar with how much consultation had happened with regard to that, because I was elected and was here in 2018. So I guess I would ask the minister what kind of consultation took place prior to, and was a consultation done, obviously, with regular Nova Scotians that need access to firewood to be able to keep themselves warm. What kind of consultation was done before a decision like this was made?
Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And safety and liability issues within the government is not something that you consult on. Those are important issues. So that would not have happened. A decision would have been made within the department, within the government at that time. And
order, please.
We are where we are.
The first hour, the time for the first hour has expired. We'll take the required COVID-19 break for 15 minutes and return at 4:18 with the PC caucus speaking. 4:18.
Wedge TV, if you're out there, I know we're on break. I'm just returning to this room. It's Keith Irving. Can
Order, please. The subcommittee of the whole on supply will resume. We'll move now to the PC caucus for 1 hour. I recognize the member for Queen Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for opportunity this afternoon to ask a couple of questions. Congratulations on your new portfolio. Back in 2012, the NDP government of the day purchased 550,000 acres of land from Resolute Forest Products, formerly the Bowater Lands, after the mill was shut down here in Queens County. The main intent of the purchase of the land was for recreational purposes and access for commercial use. But when the member's government or the minister's government came into power, the lands were gated. I'm specifically speaking about the Rosick-Null section in my constituency, Westbrook Gate to Kejimkujik River Gate. I'm continually fielding complaints from constituents who are avid sport fishers who would love to get in there and go do some fishing with their grandchildren, but they can't access the land. And this is land that was purchased with taxpayers' dollars. I've written to the minister's predecessor and have not received a response. So can the minister please advise why these gates still remain on this property?
The Honorable Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and welcome the member from Queen Shelburne to the debate this afternoon, to the estimate. So I understand your question clearly, and I would say to you that just in discussion here, trying to figure part of this out. So there's still access to this area, but motorized vehicles is the thing in question here, that there is no permitted access at this time, if I'm clear. So I'm not sure what the those for and against are. There's always this issue out there. I'm sure that there may be as many that are in favor of no motorized vehicles as there are the other. I'm not sure of those statistics. I do appreciate the position your constituents have raised, though. I understand, the taxpayer issue, funded by that, purchased by that. I understand it totally. But at this point, that's where we are. I will endeavor to look into it farther. I can't tell you that it will change, but I will tell you, just because I am new here, I have an opportunity to look a little bit deeper into that. I'm not sure that that will change. There may be more that I learn, honorable member, as I move along here about why things are the way they are, and that there's potential or no potential for any adjustment in that. But it never hurts to take a look, and I can assure you I will do that.
The honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the minister for that response. I'd appreciate learning with you, which was the reason why I sent the letter to your predecessor to try to find out exactly why the gates do remain. If there is a legitimate reason, I certainly can accept that, but it certainly would be nice to be able to communicate that to constituents as to why those gates remain on taxpayer purchased land. I also recently had a constituent reach out to me. She had contacted the Environment Department asking why Coffin Island, which has been on the list for approval as a nature reserve since 2013, has yet to be designated. And the response back from Environment was that consistent with government's mandate, the Department of Environment continues to work jointly with Lands and Forestry on these designations. So I'm wondering if the minister can provide me an update as to why Coffin Island is still being held up, not being designated if these departments are working so closely together.
The honorable minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and the honorable member. So on this particular piece, as you have mentioned, honorable member, the designation, looking for this designated to a nature reserve, I think you said you wrote Department of Environment. This does fall under nature reserve designation, does fall under the Department of Environment. That is totally within their purview. We as lands, forestry, this lands piece of it, it is crown land, so it has some impact with us, but all we do is basically say, yes, it's here. We have, no other reason to say that it couldn't be or could be. And this would have to be a question for the Minister of Environment as to what the status of that is. I can't comment because we don't know. So other than, I'm not sure, but you can certainly check with them. The consultation, if there were a consultation, there probably would be to be done on this property. That would all be done through the Department of Environment as well.
The honorable member.
So what I'm hearing from that, Minister, is that your department, although Environment is saying you guys are working very closely on these designations, your department is not aware of any conversations with Environment to designate Coffin Island as of now. So I'll move on to my last question, which is a question that I seem like I have to ask every budget session and every QP session. What are the plans for Carter's Beach this summer?
The Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'm just with regards to Carter's Beach. So a couple things. One, thanks for the question, and you're raising it every year. I would say to you, honorable member, that a couple of things. One, I'm familiar with Carter's Beach. Two, there is activity going on, discussion and activity going on with regards to Carter's Beach. And three, stay tuned.
Thank you. Oh,
Member.
sorry, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister, for that response, and I will certainly be staying tuned. I will now turn the PC caucus time over to my colleague, the member from Cole Harbour Eastern Passage. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a couple of questions. About a week and a half ago, I wrote to Jason McIntosh from the Department of Lands and Forests, and he's an amazing staff member. We have a great working relationship, and I really appreciate that. I wrote to him because we recently learned that Rainbow Haven Beach, which is our, one of the most popular beaches in the province and certainly in our area, is almost a complete circle of land that's owned by the province, with the exception of a very small part that is owned by the public for their own homes. But the gun club that was there, which is right on the ocean, is now up for sale. And it is an area where there is a clubhouse, if you will, there with 2 bathrooms, and there certainly would be an opportunity to utilize this for some kind of conservation or education or training area. Oh, shoot. And sorry, I thought I was on mute. So I'm just wondering if the minister had heard from Mr. McIntosh. I had asked him to approach your department to talk about a possible purchase by the province to make that entire area owned by the province.
The Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and again, welcome the honourable member to the conversation this afternoon. We are certainly aware of Rainbow Haven Beach and that situation there, and all I can really say, honourable member, is like we do multiple times a year in different circumstances, although it may be similar with regards to land and crown land, is we'll take it under consideration. I don't have any more real detail than that I could share with you today, but I haven't seen the letter myself. Staff may have seen it, but I've not read the letter, but certainly we would look at anything for consideration.
Member?
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. It is a very important area. And to go back to the issues with Rainbow Haven, there was a strategic plan developed back in around 2018 where there was looking at renovating the buildings in Rainbow Haven. Certainly one of them is historic because we walk through it and there's huge public interest in that particular structure. Nothing did happen over the past 3 years to that area. So I'm just wondering if the minister is aware of when there may be plans to move forward with some kind of upgrades to that particular park, and if the community will be reconsulted, given that it's been over 3 years since the last time they were consulted.
Minister?
Thank you very much. Okay. Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and to the member. So this park, like all parks that we own, and we have a lot, there is a 3-year rolling capital plan, as I talked about last night, I think when I started the conversation. I'm not sure where this is in that plan, but I can tell you parks are always under assessment. So I would say that I'm sure this is under assessment, but I can't tell you the actual status of it at this time.
The honorable member.
Thank you very much. And I will reach out to you to have a more of a discussion about that. My last question is Valero Oil Refinery in Eastern Passage, which is right on the main road on both sides of the main road in Eastern Passage, is in the middle phases of cleaning up its facilities so that the land can be sold. And there's over 180 acres approximately of land. I'm just wondering if the province is aware of the pending sale of this land and if there have been any discussions with the owners in terms of the province purchasing some of that land to turn it into parkland or other uses.
The honorable minister.
Can you call Colton and see if he's there? I texted him already. He's off camera, so I don't want to go to him and then have it look bad.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and just trying to determine, but to my knowledge, I certainly haven't had no conversations about any of that. I do know the location, honorable member, but I think it's safe to say that I'm not aware of any conversations that are going on with regards to that. Not sure what their plans are. They are a private company. Obviously, they would be going through their tearing down, cleaning up, etc. And then there may be some other federal regulations or something, perhaps. I don't know, but we're not involved in that conversation. Environment, perhaps, maybe. I don't know, but we're not. So thanks.
Member.
Thank you. And I was just message one final question. I have calls constantly about the garbage that's collected around parks and government lands. And I know that I'm always repeatedly told that they actually reduce the number of garbage cans in and around the parks like McDonald's Beach and areas because it just encourages household garbage to be dumped there. So I constantly get calls asking for more garbage cans to be told that no, in fact, we've deliberately gone away from that. I'm just wondering, given that the public is constantly calling for more garbage cans and the department is saying, well, people just dump household garbage there, is there some kind of happy medium where we could have more garbage cans out there with perhaps an increase in garbage collection?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. This is obviously something we experience across the province, not just in one park or two or one area, and on a variety of places in Crown land. We all probably, anybody in rural parts of Nova Scotia has probably seen things where dumping has occurred over the years. One of the things going back a number of years that I can recall in my time here is the education that happened around, the recycling and reusing and no littering, and there've been campaign after campaign. As much as Nova Scotians are leaders in all of those kinds of things around our recycling and good stewardship of the land, we still have some of these issues occurring. So it is a constant challenge for us in the department, and we have just recently finished cleaning up a different area, not too far from where the member spoke, but where excess garbage has been dumped. So it is a challenge. There's no question about that. We're looking what options there might be, but it probably, it may not matter how many garbage cans you put out. Will they all be full? Will we still find garbage on the side of the road? How unfortunate that is. But really, this is a huge education piece as well. You can throw it out the window, or you can dump it in a can at the park, or you can take it home and do what we should all do with it appropriately. So for me, this has always been, in all of my years here, since I remember the early days of those campaigns, very valuable. We start teaching young, and we hope that it carries on throughout the course of their life. But let's be serious. We know that these issues are here, and we do our best to keep our parks and crown land as clean as we can. And that's going to be an ongoing issue, in my personal opinion, there, honorable member. So we'll continue to do the best we can with it.
Member?
Thank you, Minister. And I agree. We have Friends of McNabb's Island who routinely clean up thousands of bags of garbage from McNabb's Island, as well as Angela Riley and the entire team in our community that go around every weekend and clean up some part. I will now like to turn over time to the member from Cumberland North. Thank you.
I recognize the honorable member for Cumberland North. The member is on mute.
That's probably a good thing for what I just said. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to start the conversation with the minister about bears. A couple of years ago, my sister was visiting from Los Angeles, and she couldn't believe the things that people call our office for, and couldn't believe that summer. I had so many people, like we'd be out in public and people would stop me at a local store and start talking to me about the bear problem. I'm wondering if the minister and his people in his department have discussed the issue of overpopulation of bears and any solutions being planned.
The Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm not sure if the honorable member is still on from Eastern Passage. Yes, I see she just popped back up there. I wanted to let her know, just as we have been moving into the next speaker here, your question around Rainbow Haven Beach, work to be done there in design and construction 2023. So they're very much in that rolling capital plan. So just so you know, on to member from Cumberland North. Thank you and welcome to the conversation this afternoon. We do indeed have a healthy population of bears, it could be said, in this province. We do have staff that are dedicated to this, to helping, to managing this. We have heard lots of stories on a variety of areas, including my own. Bears have been something that we have had all of my life, where I grew up in a rural part of Nova Scotia. In those days, we had things called dump, where they incinerated and burnt garbage. They were a huge factor in what brought out that bear population, and they were always hanging around there. So it would be not abnormal to be back there and taking your garbage there and see bears actually roaming around not too far from you. I don't want to say you got used to that, but you were aware of it. And so there's, this is a pretty serious issue by way of the conflict and how we manage that conflict between humans, obviously, and the bear population. There are reasons why the bears come into certain areas. Obviously, garbage can be one of those. Rubbish and stuff around in an area may draw them. There may be other reasons. I'm no specialist in bears. I'm familiar with bears, very familiar with bears. But the population is indeed healthy in this province. But again, I want to state that we do have staff that are dedicated to managing this process.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister. In our neighboring province in New Brunswick, there's a spring and a fall bear hunt. Here in Nova Scotia, it's just a fall. And many people believe that is one of the reasons that's leading to the overpopulation of bears. And, in some areas, there's literally like 12 bears being located in one area. It's not just because people have a garbage can laid out. There is a definite overpopulation. I'm wondering if the department is looking at what our neighboring province of New Brunswick is doing and considering implementing a similar solution.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the honourable member for the question. This is something I've been asked about my very first day in this job. It was about a spring bear hunt. As familiar as I am with bears and hunting seasons, this would definitely be outside of what we would see as a normal hunting season. What impacts would that have? Maybe some. The other issue is in the spring of the year, you have mama bear and cubs. So I'm not sure what that would have by way of an impact on bears' life, as far as that goes. Again, I'm no specialist in bears. I wouldn't, I think given the interest that I've had from people at home as well, I come from a rural area also. I'm surprised at how many people have asked me about this. I'll be honest with you. I would never have thought this was an issue because I never heard anything about it until I became the Minister of Lands and Forestry, responsible for bears, if that makes any sense. So we can have a look at this. Staff can report back on this issue for me. I'm only here a short time. It is something I haven't even had, to be honest with you, I haven't even had a chance to talk to staff about the requests that have come around the spring bear hunt, but there have been a number of them. It is something we'll look at. I'm not going to tell you today. I want to be very clear. I'm not promising that's going to happen, but I won't tell you right now either. What I would tell you is we will have an assessment done. We will look at what it might take. We will look at the impacts. I'm sure there's some science around this when it comes to any kind of animal, how they're impacted. But again, we'll continue to do our management of this with staff that dedicated to the safety, obviously. And, there have been times where we've gone out and trap bears and look after them accordingly and appropriately. So those kinds of things are important. We have calls. I don't know how many calls a year, but at times we would have numerous calls around bear sightings and certain locations. And I know at home last year, I think it was last year or the year before, time does go by quickly. There were multiple sightings in one, area of bears, and it's a little unnerving that they're actually right there on your doorstep. So those are things to consider. Obviously, when we hear those, we want to make sure that people are educated around what to do. That's an important piece as well. So we'll continue to work on this one around that spring bear hunt request and what you've referred to. And we will report back at some time on it.
The honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, and keep in mind, New Brunswick is, our neighbors, and that's what they're doing. So I'm sure you could consult and collaborate with our neighbors on this topic. I've been trying to encourage our government to do this more with the pandemic. I don't know why we're not working on things more as a maritime region, but certainly I would encourage you. You could talk to our neighbors and see how they're doing it. I know that a lot of the food, a lot of the meat is given to food banks. So certainly would help them out as well. A couple other things I wanted to bring up. One, we've actually already had correspondence about this, but I wouldn't be representing my people if I didn't bring this up, because it's a very important issue to them. And that is the Tidnish suspension bridge. And it does fall under ownership of the Department of Lands and Forestry. And it's been requested, the repairs are needed, and there's been an engineering report done. And unfortunately, the message I'm getting back from the department is that there's no money for repairs. So I just wanted to bring that up during budget estimates, and I'll continue bringing it up because I believe our area of the province, when you talk about trails and a healthy approach, to our population health, and that this important piece of infrastructure is very important to this area of the province. And it's also part of our history. It's part of the Chignecto Ship Railway, and we're looking at doing a project here around the Chignecto Ship Railway, the 40th anniversary of our local Cumberland County Museum, and they've got a big project in the works around that as well. So I did just want to bring that up and just ask the minister and his department to consider doing the needed repairs on the Tidnish suspension bridge, knowing that this connects the ship railway trail. It's also used not only for walking and biking, but also snowmobiles, off-highway vehicles, ATVs, and that as well. So I did just want to bring that up. I don't know if the minister wants to make a comment about that or not. He's already sent me correspondence, so if he'd rather not, I'm okay with that.
The honorable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question, wonderful member. So lots of history in Cumberland County, as there is in many places right across this province, and we're all a little different depending on what part of the province in and what our history dictates. So I do know that in 2015, there was an engineering study done on that bridge. And I know we are working with local trail groups, the Cumberland County Snowmobile Club would be an example of that, about how to proceed forward, whether they maybe take over the ownership of that or what that might be, or how they might look forward to applying for dollars to assist with that. I'm not sure what the costs are. I have no idea what those costs are to replace or to repair or whatever is exactly needed there. So, but there is ongoing work on that suspension bridge in an effort to help resolve that.
Member.
Thank you to the minister, and I'll forward you after our conversation. I'll forward you the report. We have an estimate for the cost, and the answer that we've gotten from the previous minister was that there was no money in the Department of Lands and Forestry for the repairs. I do think it's unfair to offload the provincial piece of infrastructure to a trail group. I think that they are a great partner and stakeholder in, and I'm sure they'll do everything they can to help, but to pass on the full costs of the repairs of a piece of provincial infrastructure it certainly doesn't sit well with me or anyone in our area. And I do believe the province has a responsibility to repair its infrastructure that it owns. I also wanted to bring up about our provincial campgrounds. We love our provincial campgrounds. Sorry, we only have one provincial campground, but our provincial parks as well. We have the Blue Sea Beach, Fox Harbor, Gulf Shore, Heather's Beach, which is there's some accessible pieces and components to the Heather's Beach Provincial Park. Northport, the Amherst Shore, which is a campground, overnight tenting, and the Tidnish Dock. So we love our provincial parks, and I do think that our local staff with Lands Forestry do a great job. Some of the comments that I have gotten from people, just more in the last 12 months, I think people with the pandemic are using the parks more, which is good. But I've had some people contact me and ask if the government could look at making them more accessible, especially for our seniors, as we have more and more people with disabilities, physical disabilities. So wondering if that is something the department has looked at. Have they been looking at the provincial parks and campgrounds in general at the accessibility and looking for ways to improve accessibility?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the parks we do, the honorable member mentioned a number of parks there in her area. We are all very fortunate across the province to have parks in most all of our areas, certainly as rural members, and some very beautiful parks and well-attended parks. Last year was an amazing year, 1.2 million visitors to these parks last year. This year, the bookings have been just as busy. We have a lot of, are we fully booked? Fully booked now? I don't know we're almost fully booked now. I know it's been busy. We've been watching this for the last little while since it's been opened up for bookings. And the number may even be with 35% increase. We're up 35% from where we were last year already. So it's another year where, you know, to your point, COVID, people aren't traveling away maybe as much. They want to get out. They want to get away from home a bit and go do take in some of these beautiful parks, which is a wonderful thing. So we see that as very positive. One of the things we did last year was hired students to evaluate the very issue that you've referenced here by way of accessibility in our parks. And we do have a plan that we'll be rolling out based on what we've learned by way of information. So stay tuned for more information on that, but there will be more coming.
The member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's great news. I'm happy to hear that. I spent a lot of time over from end of March until January visiting and talking with the conservation officers that were working at our border. And I realized that they're under the Department of Environment, but I wanted to ask the Minister for Lands and Forestry how he feels about the fact that conservation officers are under the Minister of Environment. And does the minister think that that's the way it should be, or should our conservation officers be in fact working in the Department of Lands and Forestry?
The Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And we've had a number of enforcement personnel that work for government. So you have those that inspect agriculture, for example, those that do conservation work, and so on. So to me, the big piece here is the work is getting done. It's getting done appropriately and correctly. It's where it falls. It's under the Department of Environment. We do share many things with them, obviously. That's the current home of where they are placed, managed out of. I don't think the work that they do matters to, I don't want to say it doesn't matter to them, but the work that they do doesn't impact where the department that they fall under. These folks are out there doing great work every day, well supported. And so for me, I don't find it personally that big of an issue. They are still out there doing the job. That is the main thing for me. So I'll leave it at that.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There may need to be some conversations because I do think it matters to the conservation officers. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. I have a question regarding pulpwood. So with regards to forestry, has the department considered any strategy, I guess, now that there is no longer a market for pulpwood with the closure of Northern Pulp? Has the department considered any strategies or solutions for a market for the pulp that is now just being left in the woods?
Minister?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and to the honorable member. Obviously, we have, I'm sure you're aware, a transition fund that was put in place to help offset some of these, to find new markets, to look at value add products, other innovation. So we're very interested in working with those in the industry and others, help create those new opportunities as we go forward from where we have been. And this was announced very early on about our support for this thing.
The honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Does the department have any increase in their budget for silviculture in the province?
The honorable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could the honorable member just repeat that? We had a bit of a technical glitch there, I think, where we didn't quite hear the question.
Member?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Department of Lands and Forestry, is there any increase in the budget over previous years for silviculture?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just getting some details here. So in 1819 and 1920, each of those years, there were increases of $1 million each, so $2 million since then. And those are permanent increases that will remain there. Also, And that was used to help facilitate the interim guide that we have. And that was post Leahy. So also this year, we put $800,000 one time into Crown land silviculture, and we put $2 million one time into private land silviculture initiatives.
The member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my last question before I'll turn it over to my colleague is, has there been any increase in funding from the department for the planting of trees?
The Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and to the member. So the money I just spoke of, that is included in that. So planting of trees is part of silviculture. So that is all within the money I've just mentioned, the millions of dollars I've just talked about.
Member.
Okay, thank you very much to the minister. And I will now turn estimates over to my colleague from Argyle Barrington.
I recognize the member from Argyle Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister and his staff for the opportunity to ask a few questions with the few moments that remain in this round of questioning. I guess although we're miles apart across this province, some of the issues aren't that different. So I do want to continue the conversation that my colleague from Cumberland North started on bear, the bear populations, and include the deer populations. Back in January of this year, I did write to the minister of the time regarding the issue, after having received a number of concerns brought forward to my office regarding nuisance deer and bear, and even hearing about the issue in the neighboring constituency of Yarmouth and in the town itself. So I was a little surprised seeing some of the data that was sent along, and I was very appreciative of that. Over the last since 2015 to 2019, there was either no or one bear complaints in Yarmouth County, and in 2020 there was 12. So I don't know if it's people are more home more often seeing the bears around the yard, but it is proof that there are more people that are seeing bears. So I guess I'm just wondering from the minister of what actions are going to be taken from that data to inform the department to make decisions when it comes to not only licenses for the bear population in Yarmouth County and in the surrounding region, but as well as other practical and appropriate measures to control the bear populations.
The Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome to the honourable member from Argyle Barrington, I guess we refer to now, for some debate this afternoon. So the bag limits for bear are set in regulations, as you may or may not be aware of. I'm not sure what data you were sent at the time. Additional licenses can be made available if it is deemed necessary. So there are other alternatives. I don't know the exact number. I did ask the question. I don't know the exact number, Colton, as to how many per year. A few hundred is our estimate of licenses that go out. So if they can be, more can be made available if that was the desire. And again, I think the assessment would have to be done. You said you had 12. And then you relate it to something very important. Is that because more people are home and we're, actually seeing these things that we wouldn't normally have seen? I don't know. But the fact of the matter remains is you have an increase of 12. So it's really about how to manage that. And again, we have dedicated staff, as I mentioned earlier, helping to manage this very issue. So,
A member with 9 minutes left in this hour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the minister's response. And I guess the same arguments can be made when it comes to deer population, and both can be considered nuisances. And it was, noted in the response that additional hunting stamps outside of the legal hunting season are implemented through the regulations. I'm just wondering, has there been an increased uptake of that? I believe maybe the minister did allude to that, but just wondering if has there been any increased uptake into that regard of managing the deer and bear?
Minister?
thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the honorable member. With regards to the deer, yeah, it depends on where you're at, but most anywhere these days, it's not uncommon to see deer roaming about. My backyard being one of them. There was one night last week at 2 o'clock in the morning when the dogs started to bark, and I looked out the door. There were 10 in a line making their way through the yard. They're everywhere. Last night driving home late, we saw one right beside us on the road. Luckily, we didn't hit it. It didn't run in front of us. So some people look at them as a nuisance. Others maybe not. But we will be bringing forward some recommendations around this year around the doe tag and how many. We've done some things in the past, if I can recall, around how many you could take and et cetera. So we're at probably I don't know what the numbers of deer are in the province. Somebody may know that number, but I know there's plenty. We have many, many deer right now roaming about in the province, and not just at home. I know that they're everywhere. We see them all the time. So again, we'll have more coming forward in the near future about what this season looks like.
The honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And similarly in Argyle, Barrington, and where I live in Spring Haven, it's can be a dangerous drive home, and there's certainly nuisances for those that end up in collisions with them. That's for sure. So I appreciate the minister's response. I guess with the few moments that remain, I guess one last question on hunting. There are a number of Sundays in the hunting season that are permitted for Sunday hunting. Is this something that's being considered to go beyond what's currently allowed in the province of Nova Scotia?
The honorable minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and to the member. So at the time, I recall in days where there were no Sundays in hunting. Prior to that being implemented, where we now have 2 for deer hunting, there was public consultation done. And as I'm sure you can appreciate, like most consultations, and when you ask someone for an opinion, it's varied. So they were indeed split. And I think that was part of the guidance at that time that helped the department decide that, okay, we'll meet you in the middle at 2. And I don't think that just be very honest with you, I don't think that there's any discussion or direction that we're moving to anything different at this time. Anything can be considered. I've heard from a couple of people. I think that only because I'm the minister of this department now, people have contacted me even at home to ask this question, much like the bear hunt. But before, I was never asked those questions. So I think it's just relative to where I sit today. So I appreciate that though very much. That's an issue. The hunters like to get out. People work through the week. There's a variety of, people take holidays, maybe on Fridays or whatever. to go hunting. I'm a former hunter myself, and I haven't done that in many, many years. The walk in the woods is something I enjoy, and most times I was unsuccessful. I may have seen lots of deer, but was unsuccessful. So, and that's okay too. They are a beautiful animal, as you have pointed out. Some people might consider them a nuisance, and they are in some ways. When you're out on the highways and you're smashing up cars because deer are running out in front of you, that's one issue. Others, it might be them eating the flowers in my garden, or what have you, and so on. There's a lot of ways you can consider them a nuisance, but they are something we have here in this province and are a beautiful animal. So, but no plans to change at this point in time. But we'll see what happens into the future.
Member for Argyle Barrington with about 3.5 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to discuss briefly regarding our wildfire response in our province, and it's been brought up, and the minister may have a better appreciation for this question as his previous ministerial role as municipal affairs. But I understand it that before March 15th or after October 15th, so that's the wildfire season, that if a fire department is asked to respond to a wildfire outside of that season, that they're not reimbursed or rather compensated as they would be within the wildfire season. So they're doing the same work, just a different time of the day, or a different time of the year rather. So it could be a matter of March 14th, March 15th, and that they get support, financial support from the province. I'm just looking for the minister's comment on this question, and whether he'd be open to the opportunity to re-examine, renegotiate that agreement with the fire service, because we are seeing drier weather. We're seeing wildfires earlier in the season and later on in the season. So I'd appreciate the minister's response to this question.
The Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank the honourable member for the question around that. A very important piece. Certainly, we have great fire protection, not only within the department, but certainly in our municipal units and all our volunteer fire services across the province. And they do good work when they're called upon to do it. We are extremely appreciative of that. And I would say that we would look at this and assess this. I'm not familiar with any specifics of it, but it would seem to me to make sense that we would do, if there's something outside of the norm that was big and over and above, we would certainly be open to having a look at any of those situations. That would only seem fair and the right thing to do, given these folks, the majority of these guys are volunteers out there and gals, leaving their jobs, etc., to go and do good work on our behalf. So appreciate the question.
Member with 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I greatly appreciate the minister's response and agree that it should be seriously considered. And I hope that the minister does undertake that examination. With the less than 1 minute that remains, quick question on provincial parks. I'm happy to hear my colleague talk about accessibility. That's a sentiment that's echoed in Argyle Barrington, but also the department's role in working with local recreation departments to improve access and safety to swimming areas, such as at Glenwood Park, one in my constituency, and that I've written to the department on about that issue. So just wondering if that's something that the department's willing to undertake to work with me and the local municipal unit to improve the safety and access more so as well of that at that site.
Order, please. The time for the hour for the PC caucus has expired. Maybe the minister can take some time during the COVID break and come back and answer that question for us. We will take our required COVID break and return at 5:33. 5:33. The subcommittee of the whole on supply will resume. We finished off with a question from the member from Argyle Barrington when we closed, and rather than take time from the NDP from their hour, unless the member consents, we'll have the minister answer that question in the final hour of tonight. So with that, I recognize the honorable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. If the minister would like to answer that question so that the member who's I can see is still with the meeting can hear, and I don't mind allowing that.
Thank you for that. The Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks, honorable member for Halifax Needham, for a moment here or two to answer the question. And look, we're always willing to work with our different levels of government and whomever to make sure safety is in place. Those are always concerns, so that door will always be open to doing so. I think it's important. There are a number of these around the province, I'm sure, probably some we're not even aware of in a variety of places where these, whether it be swimming or visiting or what have you. So, but safety is always our first concern, and if there's something that we can do to help improve that, we're certainly open to the discussion to help make that the case.
Thank you, Minister. And with that, I'll now recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you very much. I thought I would just take an opportunity for a moment and share some thoughts on some of the questions that were asked by members of the PC caucus. First of all, regarding Carter's Beach, I have often said that, you know, good ideas are kind of easy to come up with, and they're often more difficult to execute. But I really do think that Carter's Beach is the most amazing spot. I've visited it on a number of occasions and certainly seen the trouble of very congested roads and the lack of services. And I note that there is a nonprofit organization which has taken over, I think it was an old school on the main highway, which would be about a maybe 3 kilometer, maybe 5 kilometer drive from the beach. But of course, there's a parking lot at the school and there is no parking lot at the beach. And I would love to see some sort of partnership between that nonprofit organization and the department to, you know, maybe do a pilot with an electric minibus where people could park at the park at the school, which is now a hostel and a cafe and a craft store. So it would be great for them for that reason too. But just have a constant electric shuttle going back and forth to the beach, and, you know, maybe take 20 or 40 vehicles off of that little road that really can't handle it. Anyhow, it'd be great to see some innovative partnerships like that. I happen to know in my constituency a travel writer. You know, she's various things, but she's just published a book called 25 Family Adventures in Nova Scotia. And she copied me on some correspondence back and forth with the department where, you know, she posed the question, should she remove Carter's Beach from this list of top 25 family adventures? And I think that the conclusion was that, yes, they should, because the infrastructure was simply not there to support the level of visitors to that really amazing spot. And wouldn't it be great if, instead of you know, trying to discourage people from visiting a really beautiful spot, if we actually made it possible for people to do it in a way that is sustainable and good for the community. And sort of in a similar vein around campgrounds, and maybe fellow members can sympathize with me, given that we are sitting long hours at this time of the year. I am simply not capable of jumping on a website in April on the one day that you have to do it in order to get camp reservations for August. Like, it's just, you know, my kids and my partner have to forgive me. It's just no longer in the realm of our possibilities, because that's the kind of thing I used to do before I was elected. And so as a result, we've switched to, you know, often camping in friends' backyards, or sometimes in private campgrounds that seem to have vacancies, but, you know, aren't the beautiful provincial park grounds, campgrounds, or federal campgrounds, because both are somewhat similar. And I just checked in with a friend who was on it and made reservations on the day that the campgrounds opened up for reservations, and we were just dialoguing back and forth over text about you know, what kind of reservation fee is paid, and if that fee is forfeited if you cancel. Because I know, you know, lots of people can't plan for August in April. There's an awful lot of uncertainty 4 months out. Right now, it feels like there's a lot of uncertainty even 1 week out. And so if there was a reservation fee that was, you know, significant enough to maybe deter people from booking, you know, weeks and weeks of campsites, or if there was a system where when people canceled, the folks who were trying to get on were actually alerted that, you know, maybe people could go on a wait list for those sites. It would seem to introduce some element of fairness. And also, frankly, I think it would be great if you know, a reservation fee like that was actually put into some sort of trust to benefit the park system. One thing that, and I'll move to my questions after this, one thing that I'm aware of is that, you know, Nova Scotians tend to invest or tend to support investing in protecting spaces. So why don't we put a reservation fee on campgrounds, and you know, have that not just go into general revenues, but maybe go to support adding small purchases of Crown land or purchases of private land to add to Crown land to enhance protected areas. I know that in just, I think it was in December, a private citizen of Nova Scotia, it was a story was published about a private citizen donating a small amount of land that he had purchased, basically in order to protect it, because it was adjacent to a large part of protected land, but quite crucial to, you know, that piece of protected land being enjoyable for the public in the long term, and that was eventually on a spot on the Eastern Shore donated to the province. Anyhow, so those are a couple of thoughts from a person who really does enjoy traveling Nova Scotia, and often does use facilities and spaces that are in the responsibility of the department. One question before I get into my main part, I am wondering, in the capital plan that was released a little bit prior to the budget, there was reference to the department and to land as well as buildings as expected capital expenses this year. I wonder if the minister could clarify what land it is that the department will be spending capital dollars on.
The Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and to the member. Appreciate your comments, your opening comments on a different perspective of things, and your input there. I very much appreciate that. As for the capital plan, your question, we have $1.5 million annually that we set aside in capital for land purchases that we could buy if needed for any number of things with regards to capital.
Member?
Thank you. So can you just clarify then, so would a similar amount have been allocated last year, and on what was it spent?
Minister?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and to the member. Yes, last year that was there as well, and that was dedicated to purchasing private forestry land.
The honorable member.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask some questions about the Biodiversity Act, implementing or bringing forward the Biodiversity Act was both part of the government's response to the Leahy report and also mentioned in the minister's mandate letter. I wonder if the minister could speak, because we haven't really heard him speak in debate on the act, on his understanding of the biodiversity crisis.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the question, the opportunity to talk a little bit about biodiversity. Obviously, this is something that is the first of its kind in Nova Scotia, certainly in the country. And I'm not sure even maybe North America. I don't have that detail, but it could be. So lots of questions around this. We've put this forward. Obviously, we will be committed to Crown land. The best part of this, or part of this, will be those that wish to, as private landowners, that would like to take part. That door is open for discussion. And so I think that's an important piece as well. We have talked about in this legislation the biodiversity reporting within 3 years, review of the bill within 5 years. It's just getting started. There have been many questions raised. We've all heard them, comments in the House, the debates that have ensued thus far. We have planned for a very collaborative approach to regulations that will be developed. And I think that's an important piece as well. So I know we have third reading coming up at some point. I'm not sure just exactly when that will be. I look forward to that. I'm sure there'll be some more comments, and I might offer a comment or two, a couple of minutes of time there, just to as we talk about that in third, maybe.
The honorable member.
Thank you. I guess, the minister didn't actually discuss his understanding of the biodiversity crisis, but I'll assume that, that he has, I guess, that understanding. I certainly learned a lot by listening to people in law amendments. We've talked in my earlier hour of questions about some of the regulations that are in effect on both Crown lands and private lands now. For example, the need to leave, land undisturbed around water courses. That's one of the regulations that is actually in effect on Crown land and on private land now. And a lot of the division around the Biodiversity Act came down to who has the right to say what should or shouldn't happen on private lands. Do you feel it's reasonable for the government to set regulations that protect biodiversity on private land?
The honorable minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think it's important to note the honourable member did raise that there are other regulations that are in place through not only the bill that she referenced, but there are others out there that will work right along with the development of the regulations in the bill that we're currently before the House. I think this is, an important piece of legislation that will be measured. The fact that we have a 3-year window in there to measure and report on it, and again another 5-year window that says, we'll look at the legislation itself at that time. I think the measurable outcomes will be quite important, and we will see whether or not what has been put forward is agreeable to Nova Scotians that are private landowners, as an example. What the impact of Crown land has been or will be as we move forward, and how that changes or may change practices that currently exist. All of that working together with the current legislation, other bills, other pieces of legislation and regulations that already exist in the province. So I'd like to say that we're quite confident that we're in a good place to be moving forward, and we look forward to the collaborative efforts in the months ahead by way of consulting and looking at regulations. And I think that people will take an interest and they'll be involved, and it's important that they do. The comments that come from the consultation period that we will vote and do on regulations will be of great interest, I think, to certainly to the private landowners, and to be clear on where their options lie for taking part, if they wish to do so as a private landowner, in the current makeup of this bill.
Member?
I wonder, given that this legislation has been in the work for quite some time, I mean, it was referenced in the natural resources strategy, and particularly the gap in governance around, taking a preventative approach to introduction of invasive species was discussed in the natural resources strategy. And I know that from within the department, it was that gap that this legislation was particularly looked to address. So given that, how can the minister shed some light on the decision to suggest extensive amendments before the act even made it to law amendments?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member. So, a collaborative approach has always been our approach. Certainly, the invasive species remains a priority for government, certainly. The bill itself that she has referenced and the changes that have been made, I would say that we took the feedback very seriously. What was portrayed, the Premier has spoke to this. The intent was never to be heavy-handed or harsh in any way. Although we saw from the feedback that Nova Scotians, certainly private landowners, took that as such. There were things said that may not have quite been factual, but they were understood to be threatening in some ways, if that's a word that I can use, around what might have been going to happen. It was, again, not an intent. But, when we look at the idea of the report in 3 years, 5 years for an assessment, again, those measurable outcomes that I spoke about earlier, I think we'll have a good understanding of where this is. And again, this brings us to a foundation to build on as we move forward. And I think that's an important first step. And we'll continue to build on that foundation.
Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you. Many Nova Scotians, both rural and urban, many of them landowners, were upset by the ads that the Concerned Private Landowners Coalition placed in the Chronicle Herald. The website that was associated with that coalition is no longer available online. But a few examples of the messaging from that group, just a couple of quotes. Bill 4 threatens the peaceful enjoyment of our land. Bill 4 gives the minister the right to stop almost any activity on private land. I'm wondering if, as minister, did you speak with any representatives from that group to correct any of the statements that were being made?
Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I think it's important to note, I received many calls, letters, emails from folks right across the province and maybe beyond on this issue. The member spoke about things that were said, things that were put in the newspaper. It was never, again, I want to be clear in this, regardless of what people might have thought, the intent was never that the minister just had unwielding power and could do whatever he or she wanted at any time. This was always a collaborative approach, and that was mentioned in this, that we want to work with landowners. The opportunity was there voluntarily to work with government if they so chose. Compensation was part of that and mentioned at one point there, but there was never any intent to do any of those things. What was important here, though, is to get to the point that where we are, we listened to what Nova Scotians had to offer, both through all of those mechanisms I talked about, law amendments, and it was clear that we needed to make sure that Nova Scotians understood exactly what I'm talking about, that our intent was never to be heavy-handed or harsh in any way around this. It was to deliver a bill that was a great foundation, a beginning point to move forward on, that we could build on, that we could measure, and we believe that we have a start. We'll move forward from here. And I would also add that I'm very appreciative of the comments that came in from all sides. You have to have an understanding, you have to have an open mind here and listen to all sides of the story. And some of it you would argue, if you will, for lack of a better word, that no, that's not at all correct. That's not right. That's not what was ever intended here. But in an effort, I think, in a real sincere effort to ensure that Nova Scotians understood where we were and that that wasn't the intent, it became much easier to look at this and go, all right, well, look, that's not our intent. Let's take that out. Let's show Nova Scotians sincerely that we're not who we're being described as here. That was not the intent. So that's what we did. And that takes us to where we are today. So, we've gone through the processes of introduction and second reading, and obviously through debate again on committee of the whole. And at some point, we'll debate again on third reading. I'm sure there'll be further comments to this. Again, that may reflect many sides of this. It's just hard to say what debate in the House will bring forward. But I would like to think that Nova Scotians look at this as an opportunity for us, as I've spoke about, to build on going forward. Maybe they'll pick up the phone and call and say, hey, we're interested in this. How do we become part of that? I'm confident, to be honest with you, honorable member, that there will be people that will call and be interested in this because they are good stewards. We've talked about the agriculture community and farmers and other private landowners, and a lot of farmers are woodlot owners around Nova Scotia, as you know. So it's one and the same in some ways, if you want to reference it that way. They are good stewards of the land. I would never think for a moment that they're not. Those are the people we need to be talking to and working with, and as we try to grow what this legislation is about, get people to understand and to educate on what biodiversity is, and do those sort of protective measures. I think it's important that we have a sincere and a significant interest in Nova Scotia with all of those private landowners that are interested in talking to us. And I'm hopeful that we will see some of those conversations ongoing. Some people saying, well, hey, I've got a piece of property I'm interested in. How do we go about that? And I think as anything, when people start to see perhaps this isn't how it was delivered, or at least initially, maybe we'll see some input and some excitement around that and some discussion around that and more education around that. I've even had young folks from schools write me, quite honestly, from different parts of the province, talking about this. And I think that's a great thing. Again, we talked about issues earlier about teaching people in a young age to understand what some of these things are about and why we're where we are on them. It's important that they understand that. It's important to understand debate. It's important that they understand debate is healthy and that change can happen and that we want to move forward in an effort that represents all Nova Scotia, not some Nova Scotians, not part of Nova Scotia, all Nova Scotians, and that they and we all have a part to play together. That's where my head is around this. And I'm no expert. I'm new to lands and forestry. I'm not new to Nova Scotia. I know a lot about the forest and certain trees and things. I'm no expert. The staff here are the experts. There's no question about that. But I can tell you in the last couple of months, I've learned an awful lot. And some days I would say I've not learned enough yet, but I have learned an awful lot about some of these philosophies and how we get to where we are. And it's a give and take here. There's a lot of sides to this. But most importantly, any government has to be prepared to sit down, to listen, to have a conversation, and maybe sometimes step back and say, okay, that's not what we meant. And we'll show you it's not what we meant. And that's how we get to the bill today where it is.
The honorable member.
Thank you. Like I said, the coalition of private landowners, the Stop Bill 4 website no longer is up, but the Facebook group is still active. Both from a CBC interview that Jeff Bishop did, as well as acknowledgement of Forest Nova Scotia in the ad. We certainly know that Forest Nova Scotia played a significant role in sort of standing up that coalition. I wonder if you could share how much funding Forest Nova Scotia receives from your department each year.
The honorable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll just start off. We're just looking for a little bit deeper for other numbers here to make sure that I've got what I need for the member. But so the annual funding for Forestry, Nova Scotia would be $720,000. In 1920, they received $500,000 for extra projects that they would have been doing. One of the things I think it's important also to note, Forestry, Nova Scotia represents I think a fairly large body, not all, but a fairly large body of the smaller landowners. That's who they are certainly representing. To members' point and comment in previous question, I just wanted to touch on, spoke about websites and Facebook, social media, et cetera, the other things that were out there. I think it's important in this province, in this country. This is a free and democratic society. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. We don't always share the same opinion. It's their ability. It's why we have law amendments in this province. We're one of the only ones, I think, in the country left that do that. It's an opportunity for people to speak their mind. It's what they believe. It's what they've been told and how they believe it. Doesn't necessarily mean it's factual in every sense of the word, but sometimes they may believe it to be something if they don't know the difference. And I think what we've done with the biodiversity bill, as you talked about, Lisa, and the changes that we've made to it going forward, come back to that again to say, okay, you thought it was this, but we're willing to make those changes to show you that's not who we are. That's not what this is all about. This is about something totally different than some power issue, if you will, or some overarching power that the minister might have with our government. So I think those are all, it's relative to talk about that because you raised it, and the fact that those sites are out there. I wasn't on that site. There's people who have opinions. Again, it's extremely important that they're able to share those opinions. We don't always agree. We won't always agree. I've always said if everybody agreed to life, it would be a pretty boring place. We're not robots. We're entitled to our opinions. And it's important in the House and other places that they're able to be shared. So just I want to touch on that 500,000. I do have a little more detail in the 1920. I talked about the additional 500,000. That was project based. And in 2021, there was $1 million from the transition fund for roads that took place. So those are just looking to see if there's a couple more things. And that was for private woodlot owners, that investment of the $1 million in 2021 over and above. So the 720 is an annual line item for funding for Forestry, Nova Scotia. 1920, 500,000 extra was project based. 2021, $1 million in transition funding for roads for private landowners. Private woodlot owners, I want to be clear on that.
Thank you, Minister. Just before I recognize the member again, I want to just put you on notice that in about 11 minutes, my computer is going to restart again. So I'm going to ask Mr. Wilson to stay on standby should I disappear for a little while and conduct the meeting if you'll consent. Thank you. I recognize the honorable member from Halifax Needham.
Thank you, and I appreciate the minister's comments. I have to say I'm actually surprised at how high those amounts are. I didn't realize, and maybe I should have, that we were funding Forest Nova Scotia to that extent. And so it does seem odd, given that Forest Nova Scotia must receive a very significant amount of its funding from the Department of Lands and Forestry, that it, I guess, is working at odds with the department on some major work that is coming out of both the Leahy review and out of the natural resources strategy. And again, Jeff Bishop is the only person I heard actually do an interview on behalf of the coalition of private landowners or whatever that coalition was called. In May 2018, the Auditor General in their audit of various grant programs also pointed out an additional kind of wrinkle with Forest Nova Scotia, which is that, you know, they administer the roads program and is paid to perform inspections on 100% of the applications each year, even though, you know, the off-highway vehicle fund infrastructure grants, which are similar in nature, doesn't actually do inspections. And in order to qualify for the Access Road Construction Program, woodlot owners have to join Forest Nova Scotia. And so the administrator, Forest Nova Scotia, charges an application fee of $266 for each program applicant. And then the applicant also has to pay a membership fee to Forest Nova Scotia. So part of the reason why Forest Nova Scotia represents a good number of woodlot owners is because they don't want to not have access to the significant program from the Department of Lands and Forestry to help them, you know, replace their culverts or what have you. So it really feels like, you know, the department in many ways is ensuring that it has a robust, in some cases, counterforce, I guess, in some efforts. Certainly, if biodiversity is an example. I don't know if I wonder if the minister can update me in terms of whether the department has completed the actions recommended by the Auditor General in that May 2018 audit.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and to the member. So, yes, your question around the AG's audit of 2018, those recommendations have been addressed. There are agreements that have been updated and new agreements in place with Forestry Nova Scotia that address those concerns. Thank you.
Member?
Thank you very much for that. Just a last thing around biodiversity and also around ecological forestry. It's been pointed out to me by a number of foresters who you know, have made their careers largely doing ecological forestry or doing their best to, that the construction of roads has a significant impact on biodiversity itself. And I'm wondering if I guess the department or maybe the part of the department that has championed you know, action to protect biodiversity is in dialogue with the part of the department that is it seems expanding investment flowing out into road construction. around, and I've heard this particularly in Southwest Nova Scotia, that the width of the roads, and I've been on different forest roads. I've had some pretty bumpy rides on some forest roads, but I understand that some of the roads that are being constructed now are actually, quite wide and quite built to a very significant standard, so that if it it's like the road predates the harvest. So like once you build the road, then you're going to use the road to do the harvesting. And if you're building a big road, then you're likely, going to try to use that road a bunch, I guess, which and the road itself has an impact on interruption of habitat and so forth. So what can the minister comment on that?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I know getting down on time, so I'll jump right in here. Just wanted to clarify something. So to the member's point, all of these things, when a harvest plan is underway and is initiated, there's a number of things that they have to go through. I think we spoke to this previously. There are a number of species at risk, all of those things, whether the road, if the road is being built, all of these things still have to come into consideration. Preparing the harvest plan to meet the requirements on Crown land operations using available data, for example, including forestry, inventory, species at risk occurrences, etc., aerial photography, satellite imagery, LiDAR and data, etc. There's a lot of pieces to this that I think sometimes maybe, as I have learned in my short time here, I was quite impressed with how much actually goes into a harvest plan. It's not just, here you go, sign this off, and we're going to harvest a certain area. There's a lot of science and these policies that have to be met, including protecting of the things like the species at risk and so on that are taken into consideration. And, buffer zones we talked about earlier, waterways and such. So there's a great deal in this that we have to make sure is appropriately designed before the harvest is even approved. So there's a lot of work that goes into that.
Member with about 15 minutes left until 6:33.
Thank you. I'll just, I'm going to move on to another topic, but I'll just say that while I appreciate the minister's comment, I know that some people thinking about this more at an ecosystem level would point out that, examining the road for each individual harvest doesn't kind of get at the ecosystem impact of the cumulative impact of all the roads and all the interruption of habitat. But I wanted to move on and ask about the small scale wood energy initiative, which is also, something that comes to some extent out of the Leahy review, as well as drawing on, some work that has happened over the past 10 years, at least in PEI. Can you give us an update on the wood heat energy systems, which were meant to be ready for the 2019-2020 heating season, and let us know if we have moved into the phase of expanding the number of facilities using small scale wood energy?
Thank you. My computer is going to be shutting down in 30 seconds.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to confirm that. So with the consent of the group, I'll start and we're good till 6:35. Not a problem.
6:33.
6:33.
The minister.
So I beg the question, are you going to be back?
I certainly hope so.
We do too.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and for the member. In phase one of this initiative, 9 public buildings, at 6 sites were part of this. So following a competitive procurement process in September 2020, those contracts were awarded.
Mr. Roberts.
Thank you. And so I guess we haven't moved beyond the initial into a phase of expanding the number of facilities as yet, I'm hearing. If I'm misunderstood that, you can correct me, but I'll move on with my next question. Last May, renewable energy regulations were changed, and this allowed for burning more biomass at Brooklyn Power and Port Hawkesbury. We understand that it was to make up for a shortfall in energy expected from Muskrat Falls, but also to find a home for byproduct from mills, which could no longer be sold to Northern Pulp. Can you tell me a bit about what led to this decision?
Minister Porter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and to the member, a couple things. I just wanted to point out phase 2 of that, just to follow up on where I left off. Those sites are in consideration with our partner departments right now, so there is ongoing. That is still moving, very much so. Your question you just asked was energy related, so we would have to ask the Minister of Energy and Mines during that time. Of course, that is me as well. But just so I make sure I have accurate information for you, Lisa, I'm going to get that, and we'll come back to that if that's okay, just based on energy. I have all my staff from lands with me today and not my energy team. So I just want to make sure that I have accurate information that I report for you. So I will see if I can get that in the very near future. And perhaps when I come back after break, I will be able to address that for you, maybe even just before.
Mr. Roberts.
Thank you. And I guess I would also be particularly interested in any role that Lands and Forestry played in I guess providing input to that regulatory change, to what extent it, the need to find a home for byproduct from mills played into that particular solution to the shortfall in energy expected from Muskrat Falls. And I think the other questions do fully fall in under your other hat, so I won't continue along that path. I would like to touch on 2 recommendations from Leahy regarding the Endangered Species Act. Recommendation 18 stated that the department should, as an immediate priority, fully implement the Endangered Species Act on Crown land, including the completion of recovery plans that identify and make provision for protection of core habitat for species at risk located on Crown lands. And then recommendation 29, working with landowners, DNR must, as an immediate priority, develop and implement a plan of action for fully and effectively implementing the Endangered Species Act on private lands. In the 2018 response to the Leahy review, the government committed to complete all outstanding recovery plans and status reports by 2019. I know that there was a flurry of hiring and some progress, also perhaps spurred on by a court action. Can you tell us what progress has been made on this? Are the outstanding recovery plans and status reports all complete?
Minister Porter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and to the honorable member. So 100% of the recovery teams are in place. Only one outstanding recovery plan for provincially listed species outstanding. And that one is drafted. Just so you know, it is in draft form. So we're getting there. 83% of the listed species have approved recovery plans as well.
Ms. Roberts.
Thank you very much for that update. I'm aware that I'm down to only a few minutes, so what to ask. The Medway Forest Co-op has been asking for an expansion of the land that they manage for some time. Professor Leahy commented specifically on the co-op, saying that, quote, they were given significantly less land to manage than it applied for, and in my view, less land than it needs under management to have a reasonable prospect of viability. This is a longstanding request. Leahy also reiterated their request for a longer term for their license. Can you tell me whether the area that they manage or the term of their license will be expanded this year?
Minister Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member. So we'll continue to work with community foresters. It's an ongoing conversation. We want them to be viable in the long term. So there are some conversations that we were certainly willing to have. I can't get into any details about what kinds of conversations or what we've been talking about specifically are. But you know, a sustainable future for those folks is obviously of concern to all of us. So we're happy to continue any conversations that they'd like to have.
Ms. Roberts.
Thank you for that update. Good luck with that work. Professor Leahy also recommended, quote, the creation of a strategy for attracting and retaining forestry professionals to Nova Scotia. And part of this included an emphasis on generational and gender diversity. Can you say how the department is addressing the need for younger people and women to join the forestry industry?
Minister Porter with 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just sorry, stand by one. I'll come right back. Here we go. Trying to get off mute there. Thank you again, Mr. Chair, and the honorable member. So this is something not only in this department, but as a government, we have focused heavily on diversity around gender and equality. No different here at Forestry. If you walk through my office any day of the week, you'll see quite a diverse community of people working within lands and forestry. And I think that's great. I think we'll continue. There's no reason that we would not continue on that path. It is something that has been a government initiative for some time. We'll continue as we normally would with hiring great people to help move all of the files along here at Lands and Forestry. There's a lot of very talented individuals. There's a lot of, I don't want to say, I'll say older people like me around, not so many, a lot of younger people. It's interesting as you walk through the departments, the number of young people that you see, and where I formerly came from as well, over municipal affairs and housing, the number of young folks, what I'll refer to as young folks, younger people than me, just absolutely brilliant in their ability around policy, around development, and what they do, what they bring to the table, what they have to offer is just something to sit back and be amazed by. Actually, it's great. I'm glad to see that, and we may share some age differences when we look around the department and gender differences, but I can assure you, every day in this province, contrary to what some may believe, there are people working hard in every department on behalf of all Nova Scotians to bring forward good projects, good plans, good policy on behalf of everyone. Thanks.
Ms. Roberts with about 40 seconds.
I think I'll just thank the minister and wish him luck in his new portfolio. I've enjoyed learning quite a lot about your department without ever really having set foot in it. But anyhow, I can't imagine what it's like to sit exactly where you sit. So I wish you luck.
Thanks very much. I appreciate that, and you're welcome to come and have a visit anytime.
Thank you, everybody. That concludes our time for this. So we'll now take our mandated COVID break till 6:48. Thank you very much.
The subcommittee of the whole on supply will resume. We're on our final hour for the evening. And the member for Cumberland South, oh, I don't see the minister on yet.
We'll give the minister a few minutes.
Okay. There he is. Okay. The
Sorry about
honorable
that.
member for Cumberland South, you will have 59 minutes because we're going to leave 1 minute for the minister's closing remarks and to present the resolution. The honorable member for Cumberland North South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good evening again to the minister and staff. Thank you again for being here for night number 2, and I think the last hour for yourself. So I have more of a one quick local question that I'd like to ask, and I'll put a little bit of history into it, as I appreciate the fact that the minister is relatively new to the department. But the last number of years, and I know the minister's followed this, there's been the development of the geopark through the Fundy Shore. And in part of that, there's a building in the Eatonville, which is just outside, about a 15-minute drive on a back road, just outside of Advocate Harbor. And the building is property of Lands and Forest at the time. It was built and developed by Lands and Forest. It was a tourist attraction. It was a center spot. It's completely off the grid, and lots of trails through it. But it's a key spot for the UNESCO Geopark. And I know the park, the new park committee and the chairperson has reached out that the building is wanting to be attempted to be allocated to the geopark, and there was communications back and forth with the department. A number of years ago, I visited that with one of the Lands and Forest staff from Parsboro, and the local councillor at the time, Don Fletcher, and myself. And we were the understanding from transportation that the building was deemed to be hitting for the wrecking ball in years to come if there wasn't a project that was slated for it. And fortunately, conversations with Lands and Forestry a few years ago and transportation, we were able to hold it back. And the geopark is interested in having this building. And I know they've reached out to the department. I think it was prior to the minister's time being there, Mr. Chair, but they are waiting for an answer. Maybe the department has already responded to them. I haven't heard that back yet from the chairperson of the geopark. So I'm just interested if there is a plan to respond back to the geopark, and hopefully maybe in a positive manner that we can develop that building for further use.
The Honorable Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And just on the geopark, I'm not familiar with the current status of that. We will check on that and certainly report back to you, honorable member. And I'm not sure what the status of it is currently, but we need to do some work to find out by the sound of it.
Member?
I greatly appreciate that, and I guess recognizing the fact that there really doesn't need to be a third person in there, it was more of an ask for the chairperson. So if there hasn't been an answer given out to the Geopark committee, then I'd certainly welcome the answer to go directly to the Geopark committee rather than having a third person in there. So I appreciate that answer. And I just want to pick up a little bit where we left off last night on some parks and camping. I do recognize the minister spoke a little bit about parks and campgrounds today. I did miss a little bit of that. I do apologize. But how much is the budget this year for parks? And is there an estimate of how much they're going to be spending in the years to come for any major upgrades or maybe introductions of new parks?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member. So first of all, the capital funds, $1 million a year. We've got the 3-year rolling capital plan. So fair amount of money there. Overall on operating, takes in all of the regions. Total is around 30 million.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to do with the parks, are all the overnight parks, are they all ready to be booked this year? I know there's booking taking place online, but I guess maybe my better question is, are all parks going to be booked this year? There's no parks that are going to be closed? The overnight camping that would normally be accepted, there's been no winter damage or such?
Minister?
Thank you very much, and correct. All parks are expected to be open. There's none that we're aware of for any reason that would be closed at all at this point. There's nothing to believe. I just want to clarify my previous statement as well to the member. The 30 million that I reference is the operating budget, not just for parks, but overall regions across the province, just so you're clear on that.
The honourable member.
Thank you very much. And yes, to the minister, I assumed that, I guess, Minister. I didn't think we had Disney World here in Nova Scotia yet, but it's something to build to, I guess. So I assume that all parks are ready to open. That would include the day parks as well. There was no winter damage or spring cleaning that might be a surprise to anybody in areas that might possibly be closed to day parks.
Minister?
So all parks would open as per normal. The only thing that might be normal, I would say, is the regular maintenance readiness as we proceed to open parks and welcome visitors.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in the mandate letter, if you will, the development framework of identifying areas of protected areas of ecological significance and some importance of the Indigenous protected area and conserved areas. A list of land that was purchased last year for future protection of parks, for parks.
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder if the member would just repeat that. For some reason, there was a bit of a technical bump there. I don't know what it is. If it's updates that are going on somewhere or not, but we didn't quite capture all your question there, George.
Member?
No trouble at all. It's basically in the roundabout way to the minister. I'm looking for a list of purchases that might have been done in the last year that would be slated for future protection or park areas in the province.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and to the member. Nothing that we have purchased in the last year that you're referencing is currently designated for anything other than the fact that we've purchased it. Now, that doesn't mean that a park or something couldn't be created out of that in the future, but nothing is currently designated as such.
The member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, and I apologize. I wasn't maybe I wasn't fully specific because of the glitch that the minister received, but a little bit more information was on the ecological significance land that they might have received. But I appreciate that. But I want to go into a local question that I've had. When the department announced that they were going to have further consultation on protected areas, there is an area in my local constituency that has a number of camps on that area, and the camp owners have received a letter, but there was no indication if in that letter whether those people would have to vacate the land or property. And there's some uncertainty coming to my office, and just with the sitting of the legislature and the timing, I haven't had a chance to reach out. So maybe this is a good opportunity. Maybe we could discuss that And what would happen to those camp leaseholders here in the very near future if that land were to become part of that protected area?
The Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just for the member, are you specifically talking about there in your comments parks, or are you talking about wilderness areas?
Member?
So to be a little further in detail, if maybe the minister staff is familiar with the Fountain Lake area between Westchester and Economy, if you will, there's a protected area in there. In the map that's proposed of further protected area, there are some camps on that area. Landowners did receive it, so they're questioning here. It wasn't specific in the letters that they did receive of what may potentially happen, and I do know from family in other areas of the province that had land on a section of Crown land that became protected. There was an agreement that they still could utilize their recreational dwelling, if you will. But there were certain regulations and rules that they had to follow to utilize that. And I'm just curious if they're going to be safe up here, or are we going to see some camps having to be moved in the near future if this land were to move to be on that list?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so the honorable member of that area, yes, familiar with, is a wilderness area. So the letters that were sent out and or received would have come from the Department of Environment, given that it is a wilderness area. And I'm going to assume that they came from the Department of Environment. They did not come from us, is what I'm being told. And so that there would be a process that they would follow. It should be outlined in the letter. I'm only assuming that. Again, when Minister of Environment gets a chance maybe to come before you, that might be something you want to raise with them just around he and his staff are probably familiar with those files on that particular area.
The honorable member.
Thank you very much. And as I did mention, it's just timing with the legislature sitting and everything. We haven't had a full chance to have that discussion with the locals. So I appreciate that information. I want to go down a little bit. Just when I was a newly elected member of the House, I became critical lands and forestry. One of the things that was being echoed from the department at the time was the small scale wood energy projects, and they were supposed to be implemented for that heating season in 1920. We know now that they're late, and it's projected for 21-22 heating season. Are those projects on scale or on target? Are they going to be ready for that heating season?
The honorable minister.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. Phase one, there were 9 projects, 9 public buildings at 6 locations rather. Those projects are up and running. Phase 2 are in consideration with partner departments, and we are aiming to launch the next RFP process in spring, at which we are now in. So that process is underway.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And do we know at present time of of what the anticipated cost savings are per building? Not specific to any specific building, but is there a percentage of what we can expect to save on the heating of a set building in the province? Is it a benefit for us to be doing this, I guess?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would say at this point, given we're up and running and just underway, it's not possible, I don't think, to project specific targets, saving cost. Once we're up and running for a while, you know, if you ask that question this time next year, you'll probably get a more definitive answer, and we'll be able to analyze and look at those costs and have a better idea. So I can't give you a definitive number or target.
Member?
Thank you, and I appreciate that. It's just the last 2 years of questioning the previous minister and staff. We always had a set projection of what they anticipated, and I thought maybe where we did have part of a heating season that they were operating, you might have had a projected idea what it was. But I appreciate that they're just up and running and will be. So I guess it would lead to my next question about these heating projects. Where does the government source the byproduct from to feed these units?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member. So all of this is from private woodlots. This is managed privately. Suppliers do this, so then RFP goes out from government to manage that. We don't do that, but our involvement is that process. So put out the RFP, and then it is totally managed by private suppliers.
Member?
Thank you, and I appreciate that answer. That I believe I understood that's how the process was going. I guess where I'm going with this line of questioning, my colleague previous was questioning about membership within Forest Nova Scotia, and it's my understanding that if a small woodlot owner owned a lot of land that wasn't accessible by a road, and they weren't members of Forest Nova Scotia, they may not be able to get a road into it. So I guess what my question isn't necessarily about membership within Forest Nova Scotia, but is there any other programs within Lands and Forestry that a small woodlot owner could access his or her woodlot and take part in putting a bid in on some of these small tenders to supply some of the biomass?
Minister?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I just want to take a minute there to make sure I was clear on the question and we worked through the what's available. So, in the transition funds that we have available, we support the private woodlot owners. They don't have to be a member, just to be clear, they don't have to be a member of Forestry Nova Scotia. There's an opportunity for folks to apply for that funding and assistance. It doesn't have to be, there's no relationship to wood heat or not about roads, but it's $1 million annually that's there. And so I think there, you know, there's groups or that can apply, but you don't have to be connected to Forestry Nova Scotia. I don't know what the numbers are right off the top of my head, how many of the smaller woodlot owners that make up Forestry Nova Scotia. I don't know the total percentage of right off. Somebody in this room probably does, that are part of that organization or not of the total number. I know that there are a lot of small woodlot owners in the province of Nova Scotia, but they too can reach out and look for support from the department.
The member for Cumberland South.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the minister for clarifying that. I thought one of the sort of the line of questioning and one of the comments from the colleague previous was a little bit misleading, and I wanted to clarify just to make sure that there wasn't something that I missed, that those small woodlot owners that were not members of Forest Nova Scotia still had an ample opportunity to take advantage of some of the programs that were there. When the minister was speaking about the phase 2 rollout of the small wood heating projects, I'm not sure, maybe I missed it and I apologize if I did, but did the minister indicate how many provincial buildings will be included on that?
The Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you for the question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the question. And just for clarity, to your point you made there, you're correct. This isn't just about money that's going, that's flowing through that we talked about earlier. So that point of clarity is good. I didn't mean to mislead anybody into believing that that was all available. That's not the case. And phase 2, onto that question, there are a number, pardon me, there are a number of projects that are being worked on. I'm not sure at the present time. Actually, I probably feel more sure than not. I won't disclose what those are, just based on the status of where they are right now, but they will be disclosed, I think, in the very near future. We'll hear more about those, but I won't get into the specifics of what actual projects they are. Some of them may come to fruition, some may not. So it wouldn't be appropriate for me to define certain projects and not others.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to clarify, it wasn't a comment that the minister had made, but a previous colleague that sort of like questioned about that. So I appreciate that. That is cleared up. That's great. One of the lines of questioning that I've been asking since being critic is about the collaboration within the department. And I see in the mandate letter that it's still a key initiative to continue to develop and implement a process for to support public and stakeholder input into forestry-related decisions to improve openness, transparency, and accountability, and utilize the Minister's Advisory Committee. And after a study and a recommendation for a new hire a couple years ago, it still continues to be an issue that we see come up every year at this time during estimates. And I guess being new in the department, maybe the minister doesn't have a statement on this, but I'm curious: is when can we finally close the door on this? When can we expect that that this wouldn't be in the next Auditor General's report, if you will?
The Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member. I think it's when you have a department like this, which is big in many ways. There's a lot of things going on. There are a lot of files that are active. You are working as collaboratively as you can with many stakeholders. It's hard to move forward without being able to do that with the kind of agenda that we have. So I think we've got a dedicated group of stakeholders who are sincere about what they want to see. We have good relationships with them. The Minister's Advisory Committee actively meeting and advising on various viewpoints, how they feel about things. That's a good thing. We'll continue to hear from them going forward. And we are committed to ongoing the transparency and the open forums that we have. We want to make sure that Nova Scotians understand what we're doing and that folks in the department and other departments and partnerships that we have in and around government understand what our approach is and what we're doing. So we are indeed committed to that, extensive levels of consultation, implementing projects. We'll continue to do that as we've done.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to recognize the fact again that and I appreciate this too from the minister, Mr. Chair, that this is a huge department and it's a huge undertaking for anybody that would be jumping into the ranks of minister. But to share a minister between two very important portfolios, my hat off to the minister for that. I know it's a huge job. And speaking of staffing, I usually ask this question every year: are we status quo with staff, or are we looking for more staff for the department?
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the member, we are pretty well status quo, with the exception of something you're very familiar with. You've heard a lot about the Land Titles Initiative here in the province. As we work through that, we passed the bill in the House, or have a bill before the House. There are 7 additional staff, some of them surveyors, that will help on this file. So that's the only change by way of department staffing levels.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll be very honest. I had a bit of a concern, and I can't remember where I read it from. I was trying to look for it earlier, but I had read something that made reference that there was suspicion that there might have been 30 staff short within the department. So I appreciate the minister responding to that and going from there. I'll move on to a different topic, and the Strathmore Nursery I'd like to speak about. And I read an article recently about upgrades that were going to take place, or maybe have already taken place. Can't remember specifically at that nursery. And I just wondered if the minister and the staff could indicate any of the improvements that did take place, and maybe the cost of what the improvements were.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of points. One on, I want to clarify on your last question in my comment, staffing level, I mentioned 7. There is, you may have been looking at a number, I think it was 24 that is normal turnover coming and going that would happen annually. That's not a shortage for us. That's just normal course of business. So I wanted to just clarify that for you. The other piece around Strathmore improvements, that would be with TIR, or what was TIR, likely now on the infrastructure side. They would be funding that. That wouldn't be us. And yeah, that wouldn't be us at all, not out of our budget. I'm just, so again, you could ask Minister McClellan, I guess, now infrastructure, where that was likely still at.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I certainly will speak with the minister on that. But the improvements are to the facilities that are under lands and forestry. Is there a list of improvements that were requested or that were done that you could share for the benefit of us today?
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, I'm happy to share, just getting a list of things here that we've done. So with TIR, working together with TIR, at that time an assessment was done, an energy assessment was done. New ventilation systems were installed, a new pellet boiler system for wood pellets and oil, if needed, was installed, as well as a new roof, and that was for storm damage. That may have been back as far as Dorian a couple of years ago where it started, but that was done as well.
The member for Cumberland South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the response. And I'm curious to this site. Is there any consideration to future partnerships or development within this property or the nursery?
The Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member. Nursery is a key part of our system. Reforestation efforts and demand for seedlings is up. So we certainly are working with them on that. Shift from to ecological forestry. Who knows what's next? There's always options and opportunities here to work on other kinds of initiatives that will come along. So we're a good partner there.
Member.
Thank you very much. And how many seedlings will come out of this nursery to see the grounds in Nova Scotia this year? Or do we outsource them outside of the province as well? I guess what I'm indicating is where do these seedlings head and how many?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a big number. So we're looking at about 4.1 million last spring seeds were planted. A lot of that will be for here in Nova Scotia. Some of that will go to New Brunswick. So the intent is to seed 5 million actually this year.
Member.
Is this the only nursery that the province would cooperate with, or is there other nurseries that we may, as a province, pull seedlings from to ensure they get to the right spots in Nova Scotia?
Minister.
There are, thank you, Mr. Chair, there's 2 other private nurseries that we deal with that help supply for Crown land.
The honourable member.
So could, and maybe the minister doesn't have this number, but I would like to have this number, if not tonight at a possible date. But how many seedlings would the province oversee putting into Crown land in the run of a planting season, recognizing that we have a spring and fall planting season? I'm not sure if the province operates in both of those seasons, but it'd be nice to have a number to see if we're meeting the expectations of Nova Scotians and doing the right thing and replanting some trees and taking care of our Crown lands that way.
The honourable minister.
Thank you very much, and a good question. I don't have the numbers, but we're committed to getting them for you.
Member.
And I guess my last question is, I recognize the fact that we're growing trees, we're doing it for the right reasons. So this question is a bit lost, but it's not. Will the operation of a break even or a loss fiscally this year? I know there's a huge benefit to the employment in the area. There's a huge benefit to the environment by planting the trees and taking care of the trees. I guess my previous question, are we looking at partnerships or development on this property? If we're at a loss, I would certainly like to entertain ideas of what we could do to sustain this nursery for years to come. So I'm guessing, is there a loss fiscally this year that's going to be anticipated, or are we actually making gains, not just environmentally, but financially as well?
Minister.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the question. So I think it's safe to say we're always looking for opportunities as far as that goes to increase our efficiency. We always want to be doing that. We look for opportunities to expand our partnerships. I think that's always great. You can learn from other partners, regardless of where they are, who they are. So we might, as an example, work with Natural Resource Canada on a project to generate revenue, but plus maximize the use of that facility. So we're always open to those conversations, but I wouldn't want to leave the impression that we were a department that's looking to generate millions and millions of dollars. So that's generally not who we are. By way of we have a budget, we have a defined process of what we do. If there's some efficiencies to be found, well, that's great. It's wonderful. Partnerships are more of the strength we're looking for, and growing, pardon the pun, and looking at opportunities that way, how we do business as we move into the future, new technologies and things differently, all important for us in the department.
Member with about 12 minutes left.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that. I certainly appreciate the statement that they're not looking to make millions. I guess what I'm looking at is this is a needed system for where forestry should be going in Nova Scotia. It's an asset that does belong to the province, and there's a need for it. But if we're going in the hole big time, I applaud the energy that the minister shares to look at ideas and partnerships with that. Just to give the heads up to the minister's staff, I think my final line of questioning is going to be on the off-highway vehicle fund if they needed to pull anything up. But Mr. Chair, I do have to make this statement. Ever since I've been in the House, I've asked every year where the report is annually for the off-highway vehicles, and I must say I finally applaud it that it has arrived under this minister. It is online now. So I do applaud that. And if I read the report right, the off-highway vehicle contributions were 1.76252 million. Is that correct?
Minister?
Short answer, yes.
The member for Cumberland South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Disbursements at 1.8.
Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Correct.
I'm sorry, member.
We'll let it slide, Mr. Chair. We appreciate that. And the statement suggests that the account balance is 400,000. Is that correct?
Minister.
So just for clarity there, I appreciate the question. No is the answer to that figure you gave. Honorable member, it's considerably higher than that. I think somewhere closer to a couple of $1 million in that fund balance.
Member.
So I thank you, Mr. Chair. If I understand the minister correctly, I'm pleasantly pleased, I guess, if that statement suggests that there's an account balance of a couple $1 million that's still available to. Is that what the minister's saying? Available to groups?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the fund is certainly being spent annually. You saw the number there you quoted a moment ago about 1.8 million. The good thing is it continues to replenish. So it's there's always a bit of a running balance there, unless there were another, if there was another request or special project or something that, but the balance accumulates obviously over the course of, since 2006. I was trying to think, I knew this has been around a long time, as long as I have been in this business. It's been here, and I knew it came in early in my tenure. And so it continues to accumulate. But the fact that we're able to put these kinds of projects out, do the work that we're doing with it, so it's money in, money out. So the balance looks big at certain points, but the money does get put back out on projects. The expenditures do happen.
The honourable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that. And I'm going to make the comments, and I know the comments are not lost on the minister, but this is a huge industry. Whether it's spring to fall with ATVs and side by sides, and in the winter, I know majority of Nova Scotia didn't have a lot of snow this year, but we certainly saw a lot of snowmobile activity in our neck of the woods in Cumberland County, and many riders were not able to cross the border this year to get to New Brunswick, which they would normally take trips to New Brunswick or Quebec. This is a huge impact on rural economies. This is a huge investment from the province to assist in these trails. And it was 2 years ago that a couple of the local groups, there was actually staff from the minister's department that took part in it. There was staff from the RCMP, and we went out on a rail run that was put on to show the elected representatives in the area what the trails mean to the economy, what they mean to the sport, and how many people were actually drawn into these areas and into rural Nova Scotia. I know on a typical year, without COVID, pre-COVID, we would have at least 50 or 60 four-wheelers or side-by-sides in the Advocate Harbour area. And that is bringing local economy business to the store down there. And the travel between Parsbro and Advocate, the travel that would be between the New Brunswick border and the open trail system that is great. So I applaud the money that is being invested in these trails, because these individuals are good stewards of the land. They want those trails to be a success, and it's the ones that are involved with these clubs and taking care of the bridges and the road work and the infrastructure that is invested in it. So I welcome this, but I also welcome the comment and entertain the comment again. I was very, very pleased to see that the reports are finally online for these groups to see what is going on all over the province. And I know it's not this member's or this minister's department, but the trial processes for off-highway shared road concepts. I've had conversations again with one of the minister's colleagues, and this is something that I believe can certainly work in rural Nova Scotia in certain areas. So anytime that we can talk about the economic impacts that off-highway vehicles have, whether it's and it's 4 seasons that it can bring. Is it available for all trails? No, there are some trails that are non-motorized. And as a province, and I heard the minister speak about this earlier, we should appreciate the fact that not all trail users want to see motorized vehicles, and there's a shared area for our province in there, and I applaud anybody that is getting involved. Prior to being in this legislature, I was involved in a couple different trails as a runner, not as a ATV enthusiast, but my boys are certainly growing up, and I can. We took them out last fall, and I can attest that they're certainly bugging me to have that 4-wheeler experience again. I appreciate this. And is there any idea how many applications have actually gone out? I know there was a due date of November 16th. Would the minister be able to tell me how many applications came in for that, and when will they find out if they're approved or not approved?
Minister.
First of all, thank you for your comments on that, and you're quite correct. The economic impact is huge, not only in Cumberland County, but across the province. No different in my area. Lots of things going on. The world of what used to be known as 3-wheelers, more so than anything when this sort of first started. I don't know that I've seen one of them in a long time, but the side-by-side, these things are much bigger than they ever were. And let's not forget the fire service in many places use these as well. It's quite an asset to that team. And they have a use, obviously, within the department, in those departments. Your question that you just asked on applications, numbers, etc. I don't have that. Again, we'll commit to getting that for you. Just talking to staff here, we don't have that available to us this evening, but we can get it for you.
Member with about 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, and I thank the minister. And I do remember those three-wheelers slightly. I know the minister's a little bit older than I am, and I appreciate his comment. And the chairperson would actually remember the pedal three-wheelers that probably preceded the three motorized three-wheelers. But it's a huge impact. We look at neighboring provinces in New Brunswick and Newfoundland and what they're doing with the off-highway vehicles. And I certainly welcome anything that we can grow this industry. I do know that my hometown of Oxford has applied to be one of those trials on the shared highway road. So I don't really have any more questions to do with that. I have many more questions, but I know that the ministry is very approachable, and we can have conversations offline. So I will keep in touch with the minister as things go by. I look forward to having debates on different subjects in the House, and we will certainly look forward to any more funding that the minister might be able to throw to the off-highway vehicle program. It would certainly be welcome throughout the whole province. And with that, I will turn it over to the minister to finish off the estimates, and thank he and his staff very much for being here the last 2 nights.
Thank you for that. I recognize the Minister of Lands and Forestry for his closing remarks. I'm reading this slowly to pass the time. And to present the resolution, the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to all those who have taken part over the last couple of days, last night on energy and mines, as well as I guess we started last night on forestry, lands and forestry. Thanks to all that took part in the debate, the questions, some good questions. We appreciate that. I know we've got a couple of commitments to members for information that we will ensure that they get. I want to thank staff last night as we started with energy and mines, and not only during that time, and lands and forestry as well, but not only during the time that we sit here, but the preparation time, putting things together, and the amount of work that goes into the budget each year. And you never really know what the questions are going to be for sure, but we got a great team in both places, and I'm pleased to be the minister of both departments and to work with all these great folks. So I will read the resolution, Mr. Chair. It is E16, resolved that a sum not exceeding $79,033,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Lands and Forestry percent to the estimate. I think I'm pretty close to the time, Mr. Chair. I can keep talking if you like for another minute. Again, I want to thank everybody that has taken part in the estimates. I know it can be long, but when you're actually sitting answering the questions, it goes by pretty quick. And I always used to find that when I'm asking the questions as well. So, thanks to a couple of our own members who got a couple of questions in last night to help us pass some time through the confusion while the chair got caught up, and we got things back on track there. So always a pleasure to work with all of you. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Minister. And again, thanks to all your staff. So the minister has presented resolution E16. Shall the resolution stand? The resolution stands. And we're just about there. There, we made it. We made it. So I guess we're back tomorrow at some point. I sort of got the indication that it could be infrastructure and housing when I heard one of the members talking earlier, but we'll wait and see what tomorrow brings. So with that, we stand adjourned and hope to see everybody tomorrow. Take care.
Great job, Keith.